On a gorgeous spring day at the Fishers Event Center. Already 3 months after Indy's first match here. With just 3 weeks left now in the regular season, the Ignite face Grand Rapids in a critical match for the PVF playoff race. The top 4 make the playoffs, and Indy, with a win tonight, can move into a tie with Orlando. Grand Rapids 3.5 back of the Ignite right now. They have ground to make up, trying to make the playoffs for a second consecutive year. And it is great to have you with us, Jack Kaiser with former Northwestern Wildcat Emily Eman. Right now, it's these two competing for the last spot in the playoffs. Indy doesn't even want to talk about the playoffs at this point. They're in a great position, very locked into their process, while Grand Rapids has work to do.
Both Indy and Grand Rapids are in a good spot right now, both vying for that last spot. Indy a few matches ahead. This is a fantastic opportunity for the Rise to knock Indy down a few pegs. Indy has been doing a phenomenal job as of late. They've won the last 4 of 5 due to really good play from their middles offensively. Grand Rapids, they've lost the last 5 of 7 matches, but they boast one of the best blocks in the PVF, and that block has to be massive tonight against the Ignite's offense.
Going against Katie Baird, Ignite fans will get their first look at her tonight, making her home debut. Previously played in Turkey, 2-time All-American at Stanford, but back home, the Perry Meridian High School grad has been a force in the PVF.
So cool for Katie Baird not only to be back here in the States, but back in her hometown playing professional volleyball. With the Ignite's top outsides out with injury for most of the season too, the Ignite needed someone to step in and step up, and Katie Baird, the hometown kid, has been the answer. She joined the team just 2 weeks ago after playing that first season in the Turkish League. She's been a massive spark in all areas of her game. Offensively, Baird is just a rookie, but she plays like a veteran with her shot selection, powerful arm, and great court vision. Defensively, she's a physical presence up front, standing at 6'3", but plays really good backcourt defense too. Baird also has great ball control as one of the best passers on the team and has a phenomenal feel for the game.
She's played in each of the last 2 matches, at least 15 kills in both of those matches. Starting lineup for the Grand Rapids Rise, Paige Briggs-Romine alongside Erica Pritchard getting the start on the outside. This is the best blocking team in the PVF.
The Rise block is one of the best. They're not only physical up front, but they're very disciplined, and Indy has to do a better job sneaking them right by them tonight.
Offense has struggled at times, ranking 6th in kills per set, while the Ignite offense leads the PVF in kills this season. It starts with the middles and Lydia Martin.
The middles have been phenomenal. Coach Pageant told us at the beginning of the season they were more defensive-minded, but that offense has picked up with Martin and Crawford.
Baird making her home debut. Elena Scott stepping in at libero over the last 10 matches, and we are underway. And the first point to the Ignite, guess who? It's Ajani Taylor.
What makes the Indy Ignite's offense so difficult to stop is you never know who it's going to. Sydney Hilly, the setter, does such a phenomenal job distributing the ball, and they're such good passers that she really has all options available at all times.
Head coach George Pageant said it's methodical, it's boring, and it just cuts you apart as Grand Rapids answers.
And one of the biggest reasons, he says it's not necessarily boring in the way that watching it is boring, but she's not necessarily flashy, but she's efficient and, like you said, methodical, and it's just beautiful the way she's able to set the ball with consistency.
Here she is setting up Taylor once again and sent back to the Ignite. Hilly will try Baird this time, and it's blocked off Indy out of bounds, point to Grand Rapids.
There's the big block on Grand Rapids side. This time it's Pritchard going up there with a massive middle alley. Bastianelli, 2 very formidable blockers. Indy has to do a good job going for the edges of the block tonight.
Bastianelli 2nd in the PVF in total blocks this year. Baird powers through, cleaned up by Turner. And Briggs-Romine sends to Elena Scott, who has the dig as the libero for Indy tonight. Out of the back, it's Carly Scott.
The back row attack is something that Indy's been really focused on over the last few weeks. Getting that extra offensive threat in the backcourt has been really big to add just another weapon.
And now it's Taylor serving. Set from Cameron Turner across the way. The Ignite block was there. Swing for Erica Pritchard, and the tap down for a point.
Nerida Pritchard is back into the starting lineup, this time as a right side attacker, such a versatile player, because normally she lines up as a left side, but tonight she's playing that opposite position in for Holthouse.
She hasn't played since March 20th against Vegas, but Pritchard back, and we'll see how much of an impact she has tonight. Same for Baird, who has her first kill.
One thing that's been really great for Indy is that, yes, they've had a few outside switch-in due to injuries, due to Lekator member Mena and Anna DeBeer for the first half of the season, but everyone else has been pretty consistently in their spot, so they've been able to really build that comfortability.
You'll see the offensive numbers go up throughout the season because of that tighter connection on that side of the ball.
On Grand Rapids' side as well, it's been kind of a different story. They've had a lot of injuries. They've had illnesses over the last few weeks as well, so they haven't had necessarily that comfortable lineup that they've been able to work with, especially in that opposite position. They've had 5 different opposites start throughout the whole year.
Service error gives the point to the Ignite. We're tied at 4 here in set 1. They've got Kaylee Nelson dealing with the sickness today. Grand Rapids has been a streaky team all year. Until the end of March, they had alternating winning and losing streaks of at least 3 games and splitting their last 4. That goes off the hands and the kill for Grand Rapids.
One of the biggest staples of this team has been middle blocker right there, Ali Bastinelli. She has been phenomenal for this squad in the middle, both defensively putting up insane numbers and offensively has been massive.
Coming over to Grand Rapids this year from the San Diego Mojo last season. Swing for Pritchard, down the line and out of bounds. Indy going for a 5th win in its last 6 matches. 4-match losing streak snapped this past Saturday at Columbus. A 4-set loss where George Padgett said they were just flat. Push down was sent back. And a reload for the Rise. Dig for Scott. Haley sets to Scott, who powers in.
Carly Scott has been so much fun to watch over the last few weeks. She started off the season on the bench, worked her way onto the court as a serve sub, then started to earn a starting spot for this squad, and she's been phenomenal over the past 3 matches.
And over her last 5, averaging 3 kills per set. Really, like you said, had to earn her spot and thriving back near her hometown of Carmel. In the middle, Martin. Nearly saved, it was not, and the Ignite moved to 7-5.
Sydney Hilly is so good for the Ignite. You might not think she's able to set the middle in these kind of situations, but the middle always has to be up because of that. Even when you think they won't get set, she'll force the ball there.
It was a strong serve. Good serve receive as well. And the kill for Carly Snyder, leading the team in kills and kills per set this year for the Rise.
And Carly Snyder's been really impressive and a veteran for this Rise team. She's been able to be that consistent spot on the outside that's putting balls down at a high clip.
Played the last 6 years in France, top 10 in the PVF in kills per set this year. Back to Snyder, and goes off the hands for a termination.
One thing that makes her so good is Snyder's able to really hit all angles. It doesn't matter where that ball is set. She's able to find different ways to manipulate her hand or her shoulder to put it where she wants it.
Hilly chooses Teeler this time. It's sent down. There's that big block for the Rise.
Indy has to focus on hitting high and hitting edges of the block. Because the Rise's block is so good, you can't go right down into it. You might think there's a seam there, but then they'll take it away at the last second.
Kathy George talked about staying tight and diligent with their block today. That's what they did there. And a dig for Ogilvy. And here come the Ignite. Teeler loads up and sends it down.
Beautiful out-of-system set from Elena Scott. This is one of the reasons why she earned this libero jersey. 1 foot knows exactly where she is on that line. If you're a libero, you're not able to take the ball with your hands in front of the 10-foot line. So you saw her court awareness to have 1 foot on one side, pick that other foot up so she could set the ball and have more control over that second ball.
Her out-of-system setting, general court awareness, a big strength as a former setter in high school. And the Rise cannot save that.
I think Elena Scott really goes, I don't want to say unnoticed in this game, but Indy has so many stars that I think she flies under the radar a little bit. She is one of the best liberos that we're seeing in the PVF, and she earned that starting spot and is not letting it go.
Star in college at Louisville, two-time ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
There's a kill for Pritchard. You just never know how it's going to translate to this level, and obviously she's picked it up pretty quick.
Yeah, and earning that starting spot over a player like Kylie Murr, who started the first about 10 matches of the season. But Alana Scott was thrown in by George Pageant, and he just wanted to see what she could do, and since then he hasn't taken her out.
9-9 here in set one. Martin, a big swing on it. Turner sets to Pritchard. And Hilly goes to Baird. Blocked right back. Scott was there. Baird again. Blocked again. Bomb set over to Teeler. Tap over the top. Finesse from Teeler for the point.
Great coverage on Indy side. That play does not happen without the great backcourt coverage of Kylie Murr coming in, saving that ball twice to allow Sydney Hilly to run that.
Yeah, even with Scott getting a bunch of the reps, Murr's still a weapon coming off the bench. That was a heck of a dig from Hilly right there. Baird goes a little bit too high.
That's one benefit here playing in the PVF, because they have 8 subs. You're allowed to kind of tinker with where you put defensive specialists in, or maybe you'll see Grand Rapids sometimes go to that 6-2 system later in a set. So having those 8 subs allows for that more flexibility.
15 in the NCAA. You can sub 2 different liberos in each set as well, as the Ignite go back in front 11-10. Teeler back at the service line. 3rd in the PVF in kills this year, and a service error ties the score.
Rajani Teeler has just been so impressive, really in every area of her game. And you think back to last season when she was with Orlando, she was a practice player on that team, worked her way up here to the Indy Ignite in a starting role, and has been one of the most dominant players, not just for the Ignite, but in the entire PVF.
Had 31 kills in a match earlier this year.
Same.
On the slide, sent right back by the Tate, and Grand Rapids takes the lead.
Grand Rapids already putting up a formidable block that's forcing Indy to try to hit shots that they maybe don't want to hit, getting a little bit of a finger on that. That's Arise's 3rd block already this set.
Baird comes in, tapped right down. Hilly goes dump, well timed.
And another great up from Kylie Murr on the backcourt. That's a difference maker coming in as a defensive specialist. Then Sydney Hilly to have the awareness to know on this tight ball, no one's going up with her. Really smart to tip it over.
Not as offensive as some other setters in the league, but she'll have her moments. Dig for Baird. Teeler. There's a strong dig from Pritchard. Snyder out of the back row. Back to Teeler. And blocked out of bounds by the Tate off the Ignite. Point to Grand Rapids.
That ball just sneaking in the court. Now, one difference if you're just maybe catching a PVF match for the first time, they do have Bolt 6 technology, so there's no line judges. The ref automatically gets that in and out call.
22 HD cameras set up around the facility to help with that.
It's amazing.
Top-notch stuff here in the PVF. What a block, and what an up by Scott as well. 2 blocks in a row, too much for Grand Rapids.
Yeah, Indy has to do a much better job swinging high for the edges of the block. They're swinging right down into the hands. That's not going to work against this good rise block. The Ignite have to swing higher.
Now, Grand Rapids did win set 1 the last time these two played in Michigan. Grand Rapids now takes a 3-point lead here in set 1. Well, Indy swept Grand Rapids the first time they've played. Indy 2-0 this year. Grand Rapids can be a difficult team to adjust to in the first set with that block. We'll see how they close set 1. And there it is again. Bastianelli unstoppable right now.
5 blocks for Grand Rapids just in the first set alone. Doing such a great job getting those hands low and over, getting those feet all the way there too. Okay, Allie.
One of the best blockers in PVF history so far. 16-12 rise. Allie Bastianelli and the Grand Rapids block controlling set one here. Grand Rapids on top 16-12 as Indy goes for a 5th win in its last 6 matches in the thick of the playoff race. Cameron Turner with the swing and the dig from Taylor. Carly Scott sent back. Elena Scott there. Reload for the Rise. Snyder, dig for Scott. From the back row, Baird loops out of bounds.
This is where you might see Indy's errors piling up, because when you're going up against a good block like this that's stuffing you time and time again, it forces you to hit shots that you don't want to hit, whether that's going for edges, going higher. So look for Indy to hit more balls deeper that might cause more to go out of bounds.
We've seen it a couple of times here in the first set. That was money there for Carly Scott.
This is also a matchup that Indy really needs to exploit. With Cameron Turner, she only stands at 5'8" for Grand Rapids, number 22. This is a matchup where Sydney Hilly has to force nearly every set outside to get that matchup that they want.
Not something that Indy would typically want to do, but an option available there if things aren't working. Scott again, and into the net. 18-13 Grand Rapids. Isabel Martin will check out alongside CeCe Crawford. And Grand Rapids serving with a 5-point lead. Bastianelli goes long. Does have 10 aces this year, but that stops the Grand Rapids momentum. Indy will try to find some here late in the set. Hilly at the service line. In system, Snyder blocked down. Right back to Snyder, pushes down the line. In system chance for the Ignite, and the back corner found by Martin.
Really good transition play for Indy. Katie Baird in a perfect spot to make that defensive play back over by the sideline in zone 1. Puts up a ball for Hilly to send right to the middle.
And Bolt 6 says clearly in. Touch for Pritchard, good chance for the Ignite here. It is Scott off the top of the block. Turner sets and goes offensive.
Cameron Turner is so much fun to watch because you never know where the ball is going. Not only does she take it over all the time, either with a 2-shoot with both of her hands or going up and taking a big swing at it, but she also disguises her sets really well.
You like her finesse.
Oh, she's so much fun. I mean, you never know where it's going. She plays with such just swagger.
Here she is in the back row with power. Hammered home by Grand Rapids and Paige Briggs-Romine.
When Grand Rapids is in system, they're difficult to stop because they run a lot of these crossing patterns. They have the middle coming in on a quick ball in front of the setter, along with that back row attack to double up that zone.
5-point lead as Grand Rapids is into the red zone here in set 1. What have you liked about them so far?
I think they're doing a really good job distributing the offense really well. I mean, they are blazing right now, hitting nearly 300. Cameron Turner setting a really good match because the pass has allowed that to happen. Indy needs to serve just a little bit tougher and try to knock the Rise out of system because the offense has been pretty balanced. And I mean, of course, that defense, they have been absolutely phenomenal. They have 6 blocks already. I think the middles are doing a great job moving side to side while tracking where that ball is going. And when Indy is out of system, that block is just so big up there.
6 blocks in set 1. They had 18 blocks in a 3-set match against Vegas earlier this year, setting a PVF record.
That's what this Grand Rapids team does. I mean, if you hit right into their hands, it's going to come back twice as fast. Whenever you're playing Grand Rapids, you have to make sure you're going for edges and being really tactical about the swings you're taking.
Stifling some of this atmosphere here at home. Another great crowd for the Ignite at the Fishers Event Center, but Grand Rapids in control, set 1 right now. Push to the back corner and out of bounds from Martin. It is 21-15 Rise, handling Indy at this point. Again, the Ignite have beaten the Rise twice already this year, dropping just 1 set. Martin almost left no doubt, but the dig from Turner. And Snyder, the swing, it's inside the line.
Great transition play for the Rise. Cameron Turner eating that one up to put up a perfect ball and transition that into a really good swing and a good spot right on that line.
22-15, largest lead of the set for Grand Rapids. And a service error makes it 22-16. Carly Scott will go to the service line. Last name might sound familiar to Indiana fans. Niece of the namesake of Simon Scott, Assembly Hall, Cindy Simon Scott. Haley will set, Taylor will swing. And a dig in the back row once again for Briggs Romine. Pritchard sent right back. Bump set, Taylor. Pritchard blocked down, turning into a good rally. Snyder blocked by the Ignite. Baird and Martin combined for it.
Big move from Katie Baird on this out-of-system play. You have to be so careful as an out-of-system blocker and really track where that ball is landing on this high ball. She tracked it really well with her hands and got her feet there to close it up.
First block for Baird to go along with a pair of kills here in the first set, trying to fill the hole that Lecator member Mena left when she went down with injury. Back to Baird. In the middle, Martin. And scooped up by Ogilvy. And Grand Rapids now to 23.
Even when Grand Rapids is in difficult situations, maybe a ball comes over a little bit chaotically, they're calming the chaos on their side, sending the ball high. That's allowing middle options to run and a faster offense and more control for the Rise.
You always wonder how a team will look coming off short rest. They just played Thursday at Orlando, a 4-set loss. Had to fly in yesterday. They look sharp.
And this is a Grand Rapids team that's been doing that all season. They've been home away, and they found ways to do really well and bounce back.
Across the court and just in. Now to set point for Grand Rapids as Bolt 6 confirms.
Just beautifully placed ball right near that sideline in a zone where there was no defender.
24-17, set point Snyder. Turner sets it up. Briggs Romine's got the dig. Back for Taylor. And out of bounds. Set one to Grand Rapids. 25-17 in convincing fashion.
Grand Rapids looks as precise as we've seen them. They look like they're playing loose, playing free, but also finding ways to capitalize in really big moments. I think their setter, Cameron Turner, has done a phenomenal job.
Trying to claw back into the playoff race. They take the first set in Indy.
Lights, it's up. The Indy Ignite are taking over with nonstop action, athleticism, and an experience you will never forget. Indiana's first ever professional women's volleyball team is lighting up the Fishers Event Center this season. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Join the fan firestorm in supporting these unbelievable female athletes and creating memories you won't forget. Get your tickets at indyignitevb.com today.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Kathy George, Grand Rapids takes set one 25-17 on the road, trying to avoid a third straight road loss and pick up their first win against the Ignite this season. What a massive difference it would make if Grand Rapids got this win tonight as far as the playoff picture goes. With the loss, they'd be 4.5 back of that final playoff spot with only 5 matches left. With a win, they'd be within 2.5 with 5 to go.
It would be massive for Grand Rapids to get this win. They don't necessarily control their own destiny from here on out. They do need Indy to take a few losses. This would be a huge momentum swing for Grand Rapids to also get kind of that bit of confidence against some of these top teams that they have a really tough schedule coming up as well. The rest of their matches are against teams that are currently already in that playoff race. So they need as many wins as they can get, and that starts tonight.
You could look at that as brutal or perhaps opportunistic to climb the standings. 2-8 so far this season against those top 4 teams. Ajani Teeler and the Ignite have some work to do. They did drop set 1 against Grand Rapids the last time these two played, but Indy rattled off 3 straight for a 4-set win up in Michigan. Quick dump from Turner, sent right back as we start set 2. Swing from Briggs-Romine, the dig for Scott. And Baird is blocked down early in set 2. The block shows up for Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids has done not just a good job with their block in general, but specifically against Katie Baird. They are making it impossible for her to get nearly any balls through. She's hitting negative right now through this first set.
The best block that Baird has faced since coming to the PVF. Just her 3rd match. They did it again.
The biggest adjustment that Indy needed to make from set 1 to set 2 was swinging at the edges of the block better and swinging higher. And right there, back to back, you see those blocks. That's a lack of focus on Indy's side. They need to make that switch now.
8 blocks already for Grand Rapids. And a seam found by Teeler, who somehow hurdled Sydney Hilly on the way down.
And nearly taking out her setter, but she gets it done. Much better swing from Teeler there, seeing that open spot on the court and going right through with the crossbody.
Teeler's so dynamic, but as we touched on earlier, when Martin and the middles are involved, that's when Indy's at its best.
And that's not something that they've been able to do so far this match because the passing hasn't been there. They're just about 30% in system, which is about half of where they want to be. So that pass has to get a lot better to run the middles.
And right now, a negative hit percentage. Briggs-Romine sends it in, 3-1 rise.
Great court vision from Briggs-Romine to see where that block was and just that sliver of a seam between it, go right through it.
Played with Omaha last year, won a PVF championship, 5 seasons at Western Kentucky, graduating in 2023 for Briggs-Romine. Scott was ready for it. And over to Baird, block back. Haley sets up for Teeler. It's sent down with Velo, somehow back over. Pinballing back to Grand Rapids. Scott keeps it alive. And a free ball to the Rise in the middle. Tap over. Scott nearly got it over the tape, but not enough.
Great backcourt defense on Indy's side. They just haven't been able to convert those plays. That's why you got to play through the whistle. You never know when that ball is down. These defenders are incredible.
Even if you didn't win the point, did those type of rallies give you momentum as a team?
Absolutely. I was thinking that mid-rally. You know, when your defense gets those ups like that, I mean, you can see the bench going crazy, everyone on the court nearly going crazy just because they got it up. Those little plays are what the Ignite needs just to gain some confidence in this match.
4-1 Grand Rapids early set 2. Indy looking for hands, no touch, out of bounds.
That's a perfect example of because the Rise's block has been so good, Teeler's trying to swing higher and higher to avoid it, causing that ball to go out of bounds.
Still a struggle for the Ignite. It's 5-1 Grand Rapids in set 2 after they took set 1 25-17. Again, a 3-1 loss for Grand Rapids Thursday at Orlando. That was the first of 3 straight on the road. Orlando hit 257. Grand Rapids was sub 200. Look, it's a brand new team, but there's something to be said for Kathy George and the franchise being in this position last year, finding a way to sneak into the playoffs and win a 5-set match to go to the championship.
Yeah, it's really impressive what Kathy George has been able to do with this team. Yes, they have a lot of new pieces, but it's the same kind of mentality that Kathy George has brought to any team she's ever coached over the past few decades. It's a really greedy team always. They're going to make sure to try to outwork you. They're also going to out-prep you. That's something that Kathy George talks about all the time. She wants to make sure her players are as prepared as possible, knowing who's going to be out on the court, what their tendencies are, what they do in what specific situation. And you're seeing it play out tonight that they don't look surprised by anything. It looks like the Rise they know what Indy's about to do in any situation. That's why the defense and the block has been so good.
She's a former Big Ten coach. Of course she's prepared. 17 years at Michigan State before coming to the pros in the PVF.
Also her assistants as well. I mean, 2 former MAC head coaches right under her with a lot of experience themselves.
Coaching talent level off the charts here in the PVF. Taylor back to work, her second kill of the set.
Much better adjustment from Ajani Taylor. Her last swing went long. I love that Hilly went right back to her to give her that confidence to go up and take another big rip, this time in a much better position.
Just felt like you saw more of the explosiveness from Taylor there.
And that's what I love about Taylor. She's not scared of the blocker in front of her. She's going to continue to go after it and make those slight adjustments.
Briggs Romine has the answer.
Briggs Romine has been so impressive over the last few weeks. She was the latest PVF Player of the Week after a really big match against Vegas where they got the sweep. She's been really fun to watch her kind of come alive this season too.
5 straight double-doubles for her. Hilly, perfectly timed.
Hilly doesn't do it very often, but she knows exactly when to do it, and that's what makes a good setter, knowing when to do that in what situation.
Makes it 6-3 Grand Rapids early in the second set. The tap over set was off. And back to Snyder. Scott got to it somehow. And down the line from the middle, it's Baird. Credit that to Elena Scott.
Yeah, those are the plays that are going to give your team momentum. Elena Scott in the perfect position to make a massive stab at this play, turns to that transition play. Great put down from Katie Baird.
Those are the plays she made at Louisville on her way to multiple All-American seasons. Ignite within 2, a little bit of momentum now. Nearly a pancake save from Taylor, but not enough height on it.
A really good touch up front from the block. The Ignite have made a better adjustments from their block, getting in better positions. Their hands are over faster. That allows those touches to happen, and the backcourt has to respond accordingly.
Brings Bastianelli to the service line, 7-4 rise. Scott. Hilly will set, sliding. Crawford sends it in.
Great swing from CeCe Crawford, this time behind the setter on a slide set. Watch her track this ball. Beautiful approach, chases it down to send that ball down the line, and a great set from Hilly.
Crawford, one of the great blockers in Wisconsin history, and 6th in the PVF in hit percentage this year at .320. It was a joust won by the Ignite. And a big block from Martin, too.
The Ignite middle is really showing up. Crawford with the put down right into the Martin block. Both Lydia Martin and CeCe Crawford, rookies on the scene, but they do not play like it. They look like they've been doing this at a high level for a while.
And we're calling the middles names a lot. Good things are happening for the Ignite. Crawford will set it up. Scott nearly sent it down. Snyder. In the back row, tip from Baird. Bum set, Ogilvie. Another block for Indy. Across the court. Saved, free ball back. Defense off the charts for the Ignite. Can they pay it off? Block for the Grand Rapids Rise, finishes it.
And that was a massive point for Grand Rapids to get, because you could feel the anticipation of that point building up and building up. And if Indy got that point, it would have been a massive explosion from everyone in here. Huge for the Rise to stop that momentum.
Yeah, you could feel it building. 8-6 Grand Rapids instead.
Huge in front of the sellout crowd as well because they haven't been able to be a factor.
Martin takes a big rip.
Much better passing allows the middle to run. That's exactly what Sydney Hilly needed from her team. More passes up at the net so she could get middle production.
You talk about the sellout crowd, and that's a point of emphasis for George Pageant on the road too. Early points and sets to establish momentum, which Indy really hasn't been able to do so far.
And it's been really difficult for teams to win here at the Fishers Event Center. Indy's 7-2 in this building. Part of that is because the crowd is so good. I mean, they're packing 4,000 or 5,000 every night. Tonight, a sellout crowd of over 7,000. The crowd does become a factor when Indy's on a roll.
Indy within 2 once again. Dig for Ogilvie. Back row Snyder, too long. Snyder with 6 kills so far to lead Grand Rapids. Well, it's 5 for Teeler to lead Indy at this point. Kylie Murr provided a spark in the first set for Indy, and now into serve. And Indy not able to save it.
That's a really good touch off the block, and Elena Scott trying to go for that, just not communicating with her outside right there to take it.
Now 10-8 rise. A reminder they won set 1 25-17. 9-13 on the year, currently in 5th in the PVF standings. Right behind the Ignite, who are in 4th. Taylor got up for that one.
Beautiful pass, even better set, and a great put down from Ajani Teeler. If you give her any part of a seam to hit through, especially one that's this big, she's gonna thump a ball right there.
That vertical is just ridiculous.
It's insane. I mean, Teeler's standing at 5'9". I mean, she jumps out of the gym.
Can reach 10 feet 7 inches with her jump and reach.
It's insane.
Could do that back in Kentucky in college. Baird. Going across the court, that's a kill. We are tied at 10.
And all of a sudden, Indy coming crawling back during this second set. Grand Rapids has to make that switch right now and not give this crowd any more momentum.
What have you seen different here for the Ignite in set 2?
Well, they're controlling the ball a little bit better. The passing has been a lot better than what we saw in set 1, and that's allowed more of a diverse offense to run.
Block was there for Indy again. It's been strong here in set 2. Bump set from Murr. Baird. Blocked down by Grand Rapids. Anytime Indy starts to find momentum, it seems like the Grand Rapids block steps up.
Especially when Indy is out of system where chaos is happening on their side, the offense becomes really predictable, and that's when whoever's taking that third contact over has to focus even more on not hitting it straight down.
And Teeler's starting to cook.
And that's a great opportunity to hit the ball straight down, because when you have that big of a seam in the block, because the set is so fast to her, the block doesn't have time to close. Perfect opportunity to thump one.
11 apiece, Teeler serving. Up top for Briggs Romine. Indy block. Cannot send it in.
Hilly in a great spot to make that block. Hand just not turned back into the court enough. Sends that ball just out of bounds.
Rise back in front and serving. Hilly goes to Baird. All swing into that one. In system.
And Indy's offense clicking just a lot more during this second set. Hilly's putting her hitters in much better positions to take that full swing rather than the tentative one right down into the block.
Hit percentage still at 0.53, but up from where it was after set 1, 0. Scott this time, inside the back line, Ignite in front.
It's a veteran swing from Carly Scott. One of the reasons how she earned the starting spot for Indy. She has such a powerful arm, but she plays like a veteran. She knows what shots to hit in what situation and when to maybe take a little bit of speed off to place it.
Pritchard, dig for Scott. Carly Scott. And Briggs roam in front of the net, tap over. Ogilvy dives for it. Rise, Snyder, locked down, still going. Back row Baird. And the tape sends it back to the Ignite.
And that was a perfect example of the Ignite's offense just getting a little bit too pin heavy. There were 2 perfect balls during that rally that Hilly sent to the outside that Cece Crawford was up for. I'd love to see one of those balls go to the middle.
Perhaps a conversation that Hilly and George Pageant will have. Saved up to Scott. And a free ball back. Joust. Rise with it and Snyder. Baird the dig. Hilly goes offensive. Pinballs into a free ball. Tip for Crawford. Back row, velocity. Baird was there. Crawford again. Scott dives. Carly Scott. Tip over. A strong rally. Baird. What a dig for Bastianelli. Snyder. Cross-court dig for Scott. Carly Scott. Longest rally of the night. Sliding, Crawford. Scott with a punch. And out of bounds. Grand Rapids with a momentum building win on the rally.
I mean, take a breath. That was one of the best rallies that I think we've seen in this building all season. That girl right there, Allie Bastianelli, a middle blocker coming in and having dig after dig, picking up 2 different setter dumps. Just phenomenal defense across the board.
And it gives Grand Rapids a 14-13 lead. Already up 1 set. Some moisture being wiped off the surface right now.
I think also just an opportunity for Kathy George to give her players time to breathe after that.
Everybody settled back in. Bastianelli serves. And it's out. Just barely.
Johnny Taylor trying to play a little dodgeball there, almost getting clipped at the end. Good leave though.
Bolt 6 never fails. Out indeed, 14 apiece. And Isabel Martin back in to serve for the Ignite. Scott rises and goes off the hands, out of bounds.
Carly Scott has taken a lot of really tough balls, meaning the block knows exactly where the ball is going. If Hilly's off, it's going outside. So the block is set up really well, but Scott is finding ways around it.
It's interesting to see how her game has translated from beach over to the indoor game once again. She had an adjustment period with Orlando last year, but Carly Scott's back full force. And has the Ignite in front 16-14 in set 2, trying to bounce back after a set 1 loss. All right, St. Elmo Shrimp Contest. Who you got, Emily?
Honestly, the guy in the middle looks like he's just downing it.
Yeah.
But he's in pain while doing it.
For those that don't know, St. Elmo's cocktail sauce is like off the charts spicy, so this is not a very pleasant experience going on right now.
I know you couldn't handle that sauce.
No.
See, I'm just eating spoonfuls of it. Oh my God, I won! Let's go.
He's got the Purdue hard hat on, and yeah, it seemed like he was the
He's in so much pain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pick to click for sure.
That's amazing. And how cool, earlier today, Purdue took on Vanderbilt in a spring match for an NCAA match right before this, about 2 hours before. So cool to see kind of at all levels everything happening here in Indiana.
Yeah, it's a fun day surrounding the Fishers Event Center, starting with that at 3. A lot of Purdue connections for both these teams. Then the Firestorm Appreciation Festival at 5, leading right into the match tonight.
I think it's been really fun, across the board for the PVF to see so much fan engagement, but really specifically here in Indy. I mean, it is not like this everywhere in the country. These fans are second to none. They've had, 4,000 or 5,000 on average at every single event, and tonight another sellout of over 7,000.
Martin sends it down for the Indy kills, 17-15 Ignite, and that crowd is starting to get into it more here in set 2.
And Indy needs the crowd to get into it a little bit more. It feels like all those high momentum plays are going Grand Rapids' way. The Ignite need to find a way to get those on their side.
4 kills for Lydia Martin tonight. Snyder up top. In the back row, Baird. That's it for Jensen. Now it's Pritchard. Scott with a bump set to Scott. Scott connection doesn't work. Pritchard. On the sideline, Hilly. Taylor across the court, out of bounds. Taylor gives the Ignite a 3-point lead.
The shot that's working best for Johnny Taylor is that sharp cross-court shot where she's bringing that arm across her body. It seems to be open nearly every time, and that's where she's scoring at the highest clip.
Talking about that scrimmage between Purdue and Vanderbilt. Taylor, an assistant coach for Vanderbilt in the fall, so she got to see her fall team in action today.
Well, it's so exciting for her and really the Vanderbilt program. It's going to be their first year back as an NCAA sport. Really cool to have her be a part of that.
Pritchard goes off the Indy block. Rise, respond. 2-point set.
At this point in the match, Rise down 2 late. This is exactly who they want back there. Carly Snyder with his tough topspin.
28 aces this year. Top 5 in the PVF. Indy has the answer in the middle.
Amazing side out for Indy. Beautiful pass. Leads to a great set. And that middle attack, Lydia Martin, has been fantastic. Just watch that arm swing. Beautifully placed cross body.
Martin starting to get it going. Kathy George said, in her opinion, Lydia Martin has helped Indy blossom this year. Certainly showing up in the second as Jensen scores for Grand Rapids.
One of the most impressive things to me about Martin in general is she was playing in Oklahoma, which wasn't necessarily the highest of caliber teams across the NCAA and maybe kind of unknown to most people, but she came into the PVF and she has just gotten better and better.
Taylor's getting better and better as we go along here.
Now, this is what Taylor does. When the game gets tight, she wants to take over and have these big swings. She's constantly talking to Sydney Hilly, saying, hey, feed me this ball. I want to put it down.
She's talked about when she gets in rhythm with Hilly, she can start to feel unconscious, leading to performances like those 31 kills against Omaha. Grand Rapids needs to be on alert right now. Serve for Anna DeBeer for the first time tonight. Briggs Romine able to send it in.
Really good swing from Briggs Romine, splitting the backcourt defenders. The best shot that you can have as an outside hitter going to the back corner.
Briggs Romine up to 6 kills tonight. Overpass. Grand Rapids sets up, down by 2. In the middle, saved, at least for the moment. Free ball back from Beard. Swing for Turner, blocked. Crawford was anticipating.
High IQ play from CeCe Crawford, knowing that Cameron Turner, that lefty, she's going to go up and try to be sneaky. Great read from Crawford to identify that and get in front of it.
Yeah, she was feeling it after that one. The tongue came out.
I mean, she just got that it factor. She has so much swagger that she plays with. She is so much fun to watch up there when she gets in the zone.
Again, one of the great blockers in Wisconsin history. 5 years in college, last 3 at Wisconsin, spent 2 at Kansas. And between Crawford and Martin, those two have just grown so much throughout the season, leading to this stretch for the Ignite where they've won 4 out of 5.
At the start of the season, Coach Pageant told us that he's going to see a lot of movement at that middle position because a lot of them are rookies. They haven't played too much professionally, or most of them, haven't played at all professionally. And a lot of them are more defensive-minded. He said he didn't really have a middle that came in that had really high IQ in terms of their offense and what to do because they weren't in systems during college that allowed that to happen. Now on this squad, playing with a setter like Sydney Hilly, she will force that middle at all times, and it's made that offensive game of Martin and Crawford, but really all the middles for the Ignite, really up that offensive firepower.
And you saw Coach Pageant away from the huddle there for a moment as they were finishing up. That kind of embodies his style. He is so laid back, let the players run the show and see what happens.
I think it's huge too because, when you watch a match like this, you're seeing very different coaching styles. Kathy George is in it with her players. She might as well be on the court with them, where Coach Pageant for the Ignite, very hands-off, lets them figure it out themselves and kind of problem solve by themselves on the court.
Spent his last 21 years as an assistant coach in Division II at Concordia St. Paul in Minnesota, and they won 9 national championships, so there's something to it. Ignite have had the answers here in set 2, 21-18. After the Rise took set 1, led 5-1 early in this set. And in the middle, it's Bastianelli to pull within 2.
Really good answer from Grand Rapids out of that timeout, nailing the pass and getting Bastianelli going.
Feels like a big serve for Grand Rapids and Briggs Romine. And it's a service error.
At this point in the set, when you're at that near 20 mark, those are when you cannot have these kind of errors, especially from the end line and lack of focus. Those balls have to be over the net.
Brings up Baird for Indy. 3 points away from a set 2 win. Again, Baird making her home debut, coming over from Turkey. Scott was blocked. Grand Rapids still within striking distance.
And a massive read during that time. This is where you'll see Grand Rapids go back to that 6-2 system, or really that double sub. They'll put Holthouse in the 6-1 opposite, as well as August Rasky to have a bigger block in front.
A wrinkle that Grand Rapids is willing to go to whenever. And another service error, 2 critical ones late in the set.
And this cannot happen at this point in the set, where you have to be laser focused and at least give your defense an opportunity to play, especially back-to-back. Those errors cannot happen.
Puts Indy in a great position, up 23-20. Crawford serving. Went to the middle. Teeler ready. Scott through the block. Snyder. Back row, Briggs Romine. Crawford, Haley, middle, Martin, and pounded down, 23-21.
Really big read from the Grand Rapids block at a massive time. Alyssa Jensen identifying that it's a perfect pass. Haley loves to go to the middle there and just ate that one up.
12 blocks already for Grand Rapids. Even if they don't take set 2, that is a massive number. Turner. Martin with a big swing, and it's set point for Indy.
Beautiful pass, allows that middle to run. It's an easy put down for Martin with the double block, going up and over it.
Snyder keeps this one alive for the Rise.
This is exactly who Grand Rapids wants on the end line right now. It is one of the best servers, not just for Grand Rapids, but in the entire PVF.
To try and give him a chance while the crowd revs up, trying to help the Ignite close out set 2. And a timeout. (24-22), set point for Indy. going for their 5th win in the last 6 matches. In this upcoming point for Indy, who do you go to?
I think you got to go to your big hitter. I think Ajani Taylor has done a phenomenal job. It doesn't even matter where she is on the court, whether she's front or back row. They have to be able to find her, get her the ball. She's been great as of late, and really one of the reasons why the Ignite has clawed themselves out of this hole after being down earlier in the set.
Taylor up to 9 kills, while Martin's not far behind with 6. 5 for Scott and 5 for Baird as well. And more stats coming your way at halftime, which could be very soon. Ignite won it that way. Out of the timeout, crowd as loud as it's been all night. Snyder serving. Chance to close it for Indy. Grand Rapids trying to claw within 1. Haley pops it up. Baird. Swing for Scott. In the middle, it's wide. Set 2 goes to the Ignite. And we're all even 1 set apiece.
Great response from Indy. Not the prettiest set win, but they found a way to grind it out. They made adjustments on their offense, swinging just a little bit higher so they weren't getting stuck at such a high clip as they were during the first set, but also putting a lot more pressure on Grand Rapids and not allowing the Rise to run that really balanced offense that we saw during the first set.
Indy going for a 3rd consecutive win over Grand Rapids and their 5th in the last 6 matches. 1 set apiece. As we now bring in the head coach of the Ignite, George Padgett. Coach, what adjustments did you make against that Grand Rapids block in the 2nd set?
Yeah, we just told them to get more on the edges. We're going a little bit too much at their middle blockers right now. They're really good at the middle. So we thought we had a little more success on the edges of the block.
Moving forward to end this match, what adjustments do you want to see from your team?
So I see aggressive. We're playing, we're almost relieved when we get points instead of enjoying the energy in the building and how many people we got here right now. Just a little more freedom of play and a little more fun.
Coach, how was Ajani Taylor able to find a rhythm in the 2nd set?
That's just Z. She comes like that. Once she gets it going, it's hard to stop. So we're looking forward to her for the rest of the match for sure.
All right, Coach. Appreciate the time.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Got it going for sure. 9 kills for Taylor. And the Ignite takes set 2. Even 1 set apiece. Highlight stats coming up.
Lights, it's up! The Indy Ignite are taking over with nonstop action, athleticism, and an experience you will never forget. Indiana's first ever professional women's volleyball team is lighting up the Fishers Event Center this season. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Join the fan firestorm in supporting these unbelievable female athletes and creating memories you won't forget. Get your tickets at indyignitevb.com today.
Las Vegas, the 2025 Pro Volleyball Federation Championship is headed for the bright lights. It's the match for $1 million in Las Vegas. Tickets on sale soon.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Lights, it's up! The Indy Ignite are taking over with nonstop action, athleticism, and an experience you will never forget. Indiana's first ever professional women's volleyball team is lighting up the Fishers Event Center this season. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Join the fan firestorm in supporting these unbelievable female athletes and creating memories you won't forget. Get your tickets at IndyIgniteVB.com today.
Some days are long, some nights never end.
One set apiece between Indy and Grand Rapids, meeting for the third time this year. The Ignite right now in the final playoff position in fourth. Grand Rapids right behind them in fifth. This match critical as we go down the stretch, the final quarter of the season here in the PVF. It is great to have you with us, Jack Kaiser, alongside Emily Eamon. This crowd's been awesome here tonight, and the Ignite delivered for them in set two.
It's been so much fun here. It's a sellout crowd, over 7,000 people in attendance here at the Fishers Event Center. And Indy keeping it interesting for them. Grand Rapids took that first set after dominating both sides of the ball. That block continued on during the second set. The Rise have had 12 blocks through the first two sets combined, really held Indy's offense to nothing during the first set, but set two did a lot better. And this first set, it was all Grand Rapids really on both sides of the ball. They hit 263, put up 6 blocks, holding the Ignite to hit 0, and the passing just wasn't there for Indy to allow them to really do anything on their side. During set two, we saw a different story. Indy's offense was able to come alive just a little bit more. The passing increased to allow a lot more offensive production, especially from Ajani Teeler on the right side, who's now up to 9 kills. The biggest thing moving forward for Grand Rapids is going to be to keep Indy out of system and make that offense a little bit more predictable, to keep the middles out of the game.
Saw CeCe Crawford there, middles getting involved late in set two for the Ignite. The hit percentage was at 0, slowly creeping up to 0.88.
One of the biggest reasons why is because that pass has been there in the middles. Lydia Martin and CeCe Crawford for Indy have done a much better job being involved in the play, being up in transition, and Hilly's making sure to feed them when they have been up.
Indy defense also with some great moments so far tonight. +4 in digs so far for the Ignite. No surprise that the crowd is showing out. A sellout on Saturday night here in the suburbs of Indianapolis and Fishers. Great set three coming up. Kiddos fans out in full force tonight. Crowd really getting fired up at the end of set 2 as the Ignite pulled out a close set 2 win, 25-22. Grand Rapids took set 1, 25-17. Hey, it's a simple, straightforward sign, but effective. Go Ignite.
The fan support has just been so much fun here this season. In the inaugural season for the Indy Ignite, sometimes it's hard to get fans attached to the team right away, but this team has done a phenomenal job. I mean, in terms of fan engagement, they always do autographs after the game. All of them are very involved in the community. A lot of hometown kids as well. You know, Katie Baird, Carly Scott, Kylie Murr, just from a few miles from here. So cool to have, you know, those players to look up to for so many of the young girls here.
And Indy lauded as a great volleyball community. Central Indiana really for a long time. You think of Muncie, the volleyball capital of the world, right? Munciana, great club, up by 69. And this fan base has been outstanding year one. Underway in set 3 with Snyder. Johnny Taylor starts off set 3 the way Indy wants.
Johnny Taylor's 10th kill of the match. She was a difference in that second set for Indy. Really got hot at the end of it, and that cross-court shot has been awesome.
She is just relentless. Like you said, up to double-figure kills. Indy up 1-0. In the middle, it was Jensen, sent back and out of bounds. Point to Grand Rapids. What are your eyes going to here early in set 3?
Looking to see how Indy is able to distribute the offense. Is the pass going to be good enough to allow that middle attack to happen? I mean, a player like Lydia Martin has been phenomenal tonight because when that pass is good, she is so good. Already 6 kills on the night. That's what I'm looking for Indy. For Grand Rapids, I'm looking for that block to be just as big as it has been for the first 2 sets. Hands low and over really fast.
Here's Katie Baird. And the dig for Jensen. Turner set in, and Pritchard goes wide. Again, Erica Pritchard hasn't played in a while. First match since March 20th. Former Maryland star, played 1 year at Penn State as well. Taylor serves. And in the middle, it is Pritchard, 2-2.
A good decision for Cameron Turner to go right back to Pritchard after she had just made the error. Give her a little more confidence to get that connection down.
Off the Pritchard serve, Baird the receive. Back row, Scott. Sent up by Pritchard, a long run for Ogilvy, and a free ball back. Hilly has options, chooses Crawford, and the slide play to perfection.
Really smart decision from CeCe Crawford, knowing that she has a big block in front of her, to swing high at the hands and send it right out of bounds.
Crawford with 3 kills tonight. And a service error for Baird. Again, Baird playing back in her hometown of Indianapolis, Perry Meridian High School on the south side. Very close relationship with her mom, Martha, who played basketball at Butler. Katie's #1 fan, and I'm sure mom is thrilled to have her daughter back in town.
I sat down with her last week and she was talking about just how thrilled her entire family was to have her nearby because she played at Stanford. It's a massive plane flight away to go watch her play, and then of course playing her first season out in Turkey. They haven't been able to make, you know, as many matches as of course they would have liked, and now having her home here is just so exciting for her whole family.
Yeah, it's not like you're just playing a state or two over. You're at Stanford and then Turkey. Pretty extreme. Ignite up 4-3. From the back row, Briggs Romine. Taylor met it. Crossed the way for Scott. And off the block, out of bounds.
Beautiful swing from Carly Scott, knowing that she had a big double block in front of her, swinging high at the hands rather than down into it. That's a better adjustment we're seeing from the Ignite from the first 2 sets.
Looking so much more comfortable offensively in set 1 that they lost 25-17. Again, it was this way the last time these two met, where Indy won in 4. And the answer from Bastianelli.
Grand Rapids has done a good job when that passes. They are getting both of their middles going. Bastianelli now her 4th kill on the night, has no errors. They need to find a way to keep the middles involved.
A lot of veterans like Bastianelli for Grand Rapids with some international experience as well. And into the net, pinball's back. Hilly sets up for Martin. Did you catch the line? No.
That one barely going wide, but that's a really good swing from Lydia Martin, trying to bring that crossbody back to zone 1 and right back, just missing a little.
Smile for Martin, knows she had a great opportunity there. As Bastianelli now serves, 5-5. Off the block back, Scott nearly found the floor and a free ball to Indy. High for Snyder. Scott kept it alive. That was ridiculous. Oh, she did it again. Scrambling back into position. Grand Rapids gets the point, but not without 2 Scott highlights.
Elena Scott is a walking highlight reel. She does stuff constantly that just makes your jaw drop. You think the ball is down, all of a sudden she comes flying out of nowhere to get that one up.
No regard for her well-being.
None at all.
Off the bounce, off the tape. In the middle, it's Martin, easy money.
Lydia Martin is so tough to read offensively because her shoulders tell you one thing, but her arm swing tells you something else. So in that situation, her shoulders are facing cross-court back to zone 5, but she hits this ball cross-body back to zone 1.
What do you read as a defensive player?
Well, a lot of it is you want to line up on the shoulders, and that's what you're told to do as a blocker. So the block's lined up really well. Martin just got the better of it.
Indy with 2 straight and taking the lead.
And Indy now with a little bit of momentum of their own. Those big defensive plays, although they didn't get the point a few back when Elena Scott was making those, that really fuels your team and gives you energy, and it felt like Indy's been feeding off of that.
There's still a buzz in the crowd after that one. Scott, a twisting dig. Cleans up. Haley dumps over, 3rd time tonight.
I mean, there's nothing that gets me more hyped up than good libero play, and I think you're seeing it from the bench and the crowd as well. Elena Scott has been fantastic.
Nearly 4 digs a set her last 11 since moving into the starting lineup. Kylie Murr's outstanding, but Scott has elevated this team over the last couple months.
A lot of it's been really Scott's all around him. It's not just that defensive effort that we see play out in those high momentum plays. It's a lot of the stuff that maybe a casual volleyball fan wouldn't notice. Like, she's one of the best passers, not just for Indy, but in the entire league. And her out-of-system setting is incredibly efficient.
Here comes Teeler downhill and out of bounds. Point to the Ignite.
Indy's offense looks like it's really gotten into a rhythm. Hilly's putting her hitters in much better positions. Not tight, because that means it's going to go right into the block. Keeping them off the net just a little bit more to allow them to swing high and hard.
Definitely a feeling out process at first for Indy, coming off a loss as well, but fully in rhythm, in command in set 3. Tied 1 set apiece. Turner, tight for Pritchard. Saved back by Murr, and there's Kylie Murr. Libero play continues.
And that's what you get when you've got 2 liberos right on the court. Kylie Murr, who started the first 10 matches of the season as the bro for Indy, makes plays like that constantly. And when you have her playing right next to Elena Scott, it's almost unfair back there.
What a luxury for George Patch. Murr's a PVF All-Star.
Yeah.
Swing for Taylor, down on Grand Rapids side. Free ball, back corner. Scott with a great pass. Taylor down. Not a pancake save. Found the floor.
Taylor's power is what makes that tip so effective, because you expect Taylor to go up and bomb balls left and right. So when she takes just a little bit off, it catches the defense off guard.
It's like a pitcher with a great changeup.
Oh, yeah.
So effective. 11-7 Indy. Largest lead of set 3. Murr serves. Taylor, there's the ball.
Those are the swings that we're used to seeing from Rajani Taylor, right inside the block, barreling in, almost all of her kills have come from that shot, going right inside the block or through the block. That means that the block needs to line up just a little bit better. So the outside needs to take one step in to take away the shots that are working for Teeler.
Up to 13 kills, maybe the most explosive arm in the league. In the middle, it was Martin. Indy will reload. Scott, Teeler. Not this time. Briggs Romine sends it in. Much needed point for Grand Rapids.
Yeah, huge for Grand Rapids just to get some comfortability and get some momentum stopped for the Indy Ignite. And a really good set from Turner. Get that back row going just a little bit.
Hard serve for Snyder off the tape. Back to Taylor, going downhill. That sharp cross-court shot again.
It's working every single time. At some point, the Rise have to make some kind of adjustment and take that shot away. Watch where the outside is lined up. They need to be much more in to take away that shot.
Taylor, like we said, just relentless. Her dad was in the Air Force, helped push her to be great. Also an All-American in track in high school as Grand Rapids answers. So Taylor would have track and volleyball all week. Her dad would still take her to go run sprints after practice. Just a phenomenal athlete going way back.
And just the laser focus that she has. Coming in as a practice player last season, she knew coming in this year she had to make some kind of adjustments. Completely changed her diet over the summer, and she credits that to why she's been able to, get better this season and really up her game.
As there is Eleanor Holthouse. We haven't said her name hardly at all tonight. She started at opposite for Grand Rapids the last couple of matches.
She's a player that they brought in just about 2 weeks ago. They picked up after playing a season in Germany, and she's been really big for them, especially for their depth. Huge for Grand Rapids to have other options on the bench.
But no one's going to live up to what Taylor is doing right now. Just unstoppable at this point in set 3. 15 kills for Johnny Taylor, and the efficiency climbing near 300. Short serve, too short, service error. (14-11), Grand Rapids trying to hang in. Out of system here, Teal with the punch. Sliding, Bastianelli converts for Grand Rapids.
Beautiful slide attack from Bastianelli. Cameron Turner's off the net about 7 or 8 feet, but still gets Bastianelli going because she knows she's going to make that move.
Hitting 277 on the season, no more for her blocking. Dig for Ogilvy. Briggs Romine. Murr got to it, reaching up top. And Baird got the tip and the point.
Beautiful play from Katie Baird, and that's what 6'3" will get you, especially when you're going up against a 5'8" blocker. That height mismatch is something that Indy's going to look to exploit with Turner up front for the Rise.
Yeah, at 6'3", an intimidating presence at the net at times. Now serving. Full throttle, that was Holthouse. Briggs Romine again. Deflects right to Scott. Taylor, back row. Too much.
Time and time again, ripping that cross-court shot. You got to go back to it because it's working every single time. Watch the power that Taylor brings in the finish. Her arm cross her body to hit the cross-court shot.
Good luck to anybody standing in the way of that. 16-12 Ignite, set 3. Indy's vibing right now on top by 4, set 3. 1 set each for Grand Rapids and the Ignite. A critical match in the playoff race with Grand Rapids on the outside looking in 5th. Indy the final spot in front of Grand Rapids in 4th. 3.5 games ahead right now. Scott was blocked. The other Scott was there. Turner sets to Snyder. Dig for Baird. Punch for Scott. Got the tip and the point. Crafty.
And there's Carly Scott's beach play coming in. Normally at beach you can't have an open hand tip, so you use that punch a lot. She has such great ball control. That's a massive play for Scott.
Closed out her indoor college career at Michigan, 1 year of beach volleyball at Pepperdine before going to the AVP Tour. (17-13), Rise trailing now and serving. Briggs Romine. That was tight. Hilly sent it back perfectly. That is absurd what Hilly just did.
Just a phenomenal play, but this is what you get from a player like Sydney Hilly. It might be tight, but she's not just going to get it up. She's going to put her hitter in a perfect position to go up and thump the ball.
Over 1,000 assists this season. New PVF record, breaking Ashley Evans' record from last year for Grand Rapids. As that goes just long for the Rise. Point to the Ignite. Hilly can pick up an assist in just about every way.
And she's just so good at it. I mean, her court vision, her awareness on there, her connections with all of her attackers that she works on so much. It's so impressive to watch what she's able to do.
As Martin sends that way long. 19-14. There's a really strong connection between Hilly and head coach George Padgett, who's been coaching Hilly since she was 13, 14 years old in Minnesota.
Coach Padgett said he watched her when she was 13, watched literally 10 reps and knew that she was special at that age, and it's clearly translated here to the professional game as well.
Taylor was blocked this time. They haven't been able to do that all set.
And that's Grand Rapids' first block of this set because Indy's been able to swing a lot higher, going for edges better, distributing the ball evenly. But good for the Rise to get back in and get those hands low and over.
2 straight, 19-15. Taylor tries again. Easy dig. Snyder. Hilly to Scott. And pinballs to a free ball from Snyder. Scott tries again and goes wide. Defense paying off for Grand Rapids.
You got to be scrappy in the backcourt. Even if you don't have a libero out there, someone's got to make a play, keep that ball alive, and it then in turn has to match that as well.
A run here with 3 in a row, and Bastianelli at the line. Middle, Martin down.
Indy's offense is so dynamic. Even when Hilly is on the move forward, she'll still set that back quick set to her middles, knowing that they're going to be up and available at all times.
Top 2 attackers for Indy tonight, Taylor and Lydia Martin. 16 kills for Taylor, 9 for Martin, hitting .375 in the middle.
And Taylor, 7 of those kills coming in just this third set alone. I mean, she has been dominated.
Here comes Carly Scott, and the Grand Rapids Rise block shows up again, 20-17.
Better adjustments from the Rise up front. Carly Scott had been really working the block, short, deep, switching up her shots. Better adjustments just to go low and over, knowing that ball was going there.
First 2 blocks the set for Grand Rapids over the last handful of points, 14 on the night. And still within range here, but behind by 3. Middle, Martin, 2 in a row for her.
Lydia Martin has just been so good, and it's been so fun to watch her tonight because they're moving her all along the net. She oftentimes stays in front, but that really depends on where the pass is going. And even if it's not the perfect set, she finds ways to make it work.
And a lot of times it is a perfect set from Sydney Hilly.
That certainly helps.
Helping showcase her talent that she's always had going back to Liberty in Oklahoma. Is there a touch? No. Out of bounds, point to the Ignite, up by 5.
It was late during that second set where we saw Grand Rapids make a lot of errors, so they weren't able to catch up to the Ignite. Here in the third, they have to find a way to change that and make a difference and try to clean it up just a little bit late in the set.
Ignite hitting .359 as a team. You mentioned the 7 kills for Teeler just this set.
Teeler has been phenomenal, and if you watch all of these highlights, they're all going to the cross court. Grand Rapids has to make that adjustment, bring that block inside, because Teeler's having an absolute field day up front. It's making it look easy when she has that big of a seam in the block, as well as going around it outside. But that 440 kill percentage is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it felt like not long ago that was a lot lower than that.
Yeah.
Efficient real fast as Pepper interacts with the fans. It's got to be the sheer power that's the most fun thing to watch Johnny Teeler, right?
It's the power matched up with the fact that she only stands at 5'9", so she doesn't look like that massive physical presence up front. Of course, she's got the guns to show it. She's one of the strongest players on the court, but it's the fact that she can jump so high and hit so hard. And now I think as her game has evolved over the past year or two, she's really had that high volleyball IQ and great court vision to match that, to really showcase that power.
And when Lekator member Mena was healthy, out with injury right now, the most powerful combination in the league.
And they were both so much fun to watch because they played such similar games. Both those undersized, just gritty pin attackers that can pump a ball.
Baird brings a different style on the outside for Indy. Rise block starting to find momentum late in set 3.
A much better matchup this time for Grand Rapids, moving that block inside to take away Teeler's power shot.
22-18 Ignite still in command in the third, on the verge of going up 2 sets to 1. 25-17 Rise in set 1, 25-22 Ignite in the second. And a reminder, Indy in the 4th and final playoff position. With the win, they can tie Orlando for 3rd at 13-9. Martin got the right bounce, and Lydia Martin alongside Teeler, outstanding here in the third.
And that power's just insane. I mean, on the move, even in a not perfect situation, Martin's able to just power on the ball, get on top of it, try to put a hole in the floor.
Kill percentage of 49% to lead the league because of swings like that. And Anna DeBeer serving for the second time this match. The star out of Louisville, 2nd overall pick in this past year's draft. Jensen out of the middle scores.
Big answer for Grand Rapids. We haven't seen too much middle involvement from them because Indy's putting a lot more pressure on Grand Rapids, but a better adjustment on a perfect pass for Turner to get the middle going.
Jensen played for Kathy George at Michigan State from 2014 to 2017, back with her old coach in the pros. And just an overpass leading to the Rise point.
This is where the Rise need to make their push. Play as clean as possible on their side, but as well as trying to find ways to keep the pressure on Indy.
Feels like this point could really dictate how the end of set 3 looks. Baird. Saved by Grand Rapids. Taylor. (23-21).
Good gritty play from Grand Rapids, finding ways to keep that ball alive, force Indy into chaotic situations, and a really good put down from Holthouse, who had just checked in the match.
Holthouse, Jenna Otek involved in that latest rally as well for Grand Rapids. Couple of names that haven't been frequent tonight, but helping Grand Rapids stay alive in set 3.
It's been massive for Grand Rapids too, not just tonight, but really the entire season, is to have depth. And Kathy George has talked about they've had players that have either been injured or, out with illness all season long, but she really prides herself on having depth. If one player can't play that game or is just having an off night, they always have someone that they can bring in that isn't going to take a step down. They're going to step in and provide just as much of a spark as that player before had.
And with the additions of Holthouse and also Devin Robinson, who was the 5th overall pick out of Wisconsin. This past draft came over off waivers from San Diego. Kathy George feels like she has more answers with combinations with those two additions to that depth.
Especially on the opposite. I mean, this is a team that has started 6 different players in that position, so it's massive for them to have options there that they can go to and feel confident with.
Looking for answers right now. Indy's had more in the third, and really since midway through the second when they took over. 23-21, late set 3. In the middle it was Crawford, sent back. Indy has to reload here. Teeler. Otek. Holthouse. Scott the dig. Gilly to Baird. Defense scrappy again for Grand Rapids. And Briggs Romine goes wide.
Gritty play on both sides, but the Rise just handing this one over to the Ignite. This is similar to what we saw last set. The Rise are slowly clawing their way up, but just can't finish it because they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Taylor with the crowd on its feet. Briggs Romine. Haley sets up Baird. Baird goes off the block. Set 3 to Indy. And the Ignite 1 set away from moving to 13-9 and tying Orlando for third. All the momentum with the Ignite as we had to set 4 in Fishers.
Lights, it's up. The Indy Ignite are taking over with nonstop action, athleticism, and an experience you will never forget. Indiana's first ever professional women's volleyball team is lighting up the Fishers Event Center this season. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Join the fan firestorm in supporting these unbelievable female athletes and creating memories you won't forget. Get your tickets at indyignitevb.com today.
NCAA women's volleyball has never been more electrifying. The action is non-stop. The energy is explosive. Experience the intensity live. Sign up for pre-sale news and more at ncaa.com/volleyball.
Concerned about high interest rates? Then you should know your FICO score. A higher FICO score can save you money by helping you secure better interest rates. At MyFICO, you get access to the score used by 90% of the top lenders. Get your FICO score for free at myfico.com/free or download the MyFICO app.
Las Vegas, the 2025 Pro Volleyball Federation Championship is headed for the bright lights. It's the match for $1 million in Las Vegas. Tickets on sale soon.
This place is rocking right now. Set point for set 3 got real loud as the Ignite took set 3, 25-21, on top 2 sets, 2-1 against Grand Rapids, going for a 3rd straight win against the Rise. Indy so hard to beat here at home, 7-2 this year, with their only 2 losses. The top team in the league, Omaha. Rise have some work to do to get back into this one, get back into the playoff race, trailing Indy for that final playoff spot by 3.5 games. But Lydia Martin Johnny Teeler and Indy in full rhythm at this point. Another sellout here in Fishers. And we start set 4 with Scott. Jensen the swing, Scott the dig. Leaning back, Teeler. Here comes Turner and Snyder. Scott dives. Spectacular tonight. Beer was blocked, Scott there. Baird sends it over, and on the backside, Oakley can't punch it up. First point to Indy.
This is where the Rise have to make some kind of adjustment defensively. Get back to what they were doing during the first 2 sets, where they had a combined 12 blocks. They need to be big up front and get those hands low and over fast.
Second straight serve for Carly Scott to begin the set. Holthouse denied. Holthouse again. Punched back over by Elena Scott. Hilly sends it up. And a free ball back from Baird, a high one. Holthouse off the Indy block, out of bounds, point to Grand Rapids.
And huge swing for Holthouse, not having played during the first about 2.5 sets, checked in during set 3. He's been a massive game changer where they needed a lot more production on that right side.
Another player that George Padgett coached back in the day, briefly in youth volleyball in Minnesota. Teeler elevates and terminates.
The biggest switch that Grand Rapids needs to figure out is how to stop Teeler, which has been so difficult for really any team this season, because when Teeler gets in a rhythm, she becomes nearly unstoppable.
17 kills for her. And that was an easy kill, the easiest of the day for Bastianelli.
That was a beautiful swing. It looks like hitting lines up front. When you get a pass that good and your middle looks like they're in rhythm, it's an easy put down.
A great addition from San Diego this year. Crawford tried to reciprocate, but could not. The block meets her.
There's that Rise block that we saw during the first 2 sets, just low and over and in a really good position.
16 blocks for Grand Rapids tonight. Again, the best block in the PVF all season. Can't stop Teeler no matter what right now.
Even with Grand Rapids, that swing taking away Teeler's cross-court shot, she's able to see where the block is, line it up well, and go right off the hands down the line.
Just shows how good the talent in this league is, that she barely played with Orlando last year and is doing this and picking up aces as well this season.
And it also just shows you how big of a leap Johnny Teeler has made in her game. I mean, she was on a very competitive Orlando team last season, but also she's really put in the work to become the kind of player that we've been watching this entire season.
Second straight serve after the ace. 4-3 Ignite. Sliding, what a dig for Scott, meeting the fastball. Ooh. Likewise for Oakley. Kelly does it again.
Sydney Hilly is so smart. She knows exactly when to throw in the dumps, especially when it's a transition play and she gets a very quick pass up at the net. The block doesn't have time to read that and know that she's a threat up front before she puts it over.
Such a calculated player. And Teeler could not keep it up. 5-4 Ignite.
Both sides looks like they're taking more confident, more powerful swings on both of their sides. This sets in much better positions to allow the hitters to do so.
Typical as the match moves along. Snyder. Baird off the serve receive and the swing. Turner leaps to set, and a beautiful set to Briggs Romine.
And what allowed that beautiful swing to happen was that Cameron Turner went up, and because she's established herself as a threat to take it over on 2, she held the blocker a little bit longer, which allowed Briggs Romine to have that one-on-one outside.
Showed her hops there.
Yeah.
Hops for Baird. Holthouse kicked up. Scott got it back. And Briggs Romine able to turn. Every time Indy seems to make a great defensive play, Grand Rapids still gets the point.
Every high momentum play that happens. Incredible defense on the Ignite side. Kicking balls, using their arm, doesn't matter. Finding ways to get it up, but the Grand Rapids Rise just slowing it down.
A little soccer action for Crawford, and Crawford was blocked.
The Rise are doing a much better job slowing down the middle attack for Indy, knowing right when Hilly's going to them and getting the hands in a good position.
Of the two middles for Indy so far, Martin has had far more success on the offensive side. And there's Baird.
Looks like Baird is still trying to get comfortable in this match. We've seen her get a lot of sets, but not very efficient tonight because Grand Rapids has been all over her.
And Baird had 15 or more kills her first two matches in the PVF and making her home debut tonight. You expected a bit of a struggling transition coming from Turkey, but overall made it seem pretty seamless. Briggs Romine. Joust, Hilly won it. Off the push, Teeler. Hilly, Scott. Back set for Holthouse. And a tap down for Bastianelli.
The defense really picked up on both sides of the ball, and Grand Rapids doing a better job, not just getting the ball up, but really transitioning that into good offense.
So Grand Rapids has answered here. Indy came into set 4 with all the momentum. 8-6 rise early in the set. Friendly bounce off the tape. Scott goes off the block out of bounds, 8-7.
A beautiful set from CeCe Crawford. She's one of those players that might practice setting as much as she practices hitting. She loves it that much.
And we got a review, our first one of the night. Did it perhaps hit Scott on the way back? It was very close. Again, ruled off the block of Grand Rapids, out of bounds initially. You get 2 challenges per team per set. You win the challenge, you keep it. And Grand Rapids using their first tonight. Carly Snyder just having a conversation about it.
The question of who it went off of or if it did.
Came close to Carly Scott's face, but nothing definitive there to overturn.
And if it touched the hair, that also does not count as a touch, for clarification.
All clear for Indy. And the challenge unsuccessful here in the 4th for Grand Rapids. Crawford serving, goes short. And Baird could not keep it up.
We're back on the seesaw during this set, which is ultra important, especially for Grand Rapids in this match. You think about the playoff picture, a few matches down from Indy. This match is ultra important if they want a shot at it.
Again, 4.5 games back with 5 to go. It's possible, but you need a lot of help at that point. You have to play almost perfect.
And especially for Grand Rapids, looking at their schedule, every remaining team they have is already in the playoffs or in the playoff race. So this is a really hard schedule for them moving forward, and they need every win they can get.
It's the biggest swing match of the season for Grand Rapids at this point. Now on top, 10-7 after the ace from Turner. Turner, the rookie out of Kansas, played the last 4 years there. Very heady player, getting the start the last 5 matches for Grand Rapids. No touch, out of bounds, point Grand Rapids again. And we got a challenge for Indy now. You heard the horn? Challenge for George Pageant.
Looking if there's a touch on that ball. on the block.
Two challenges for each team each set. Grand Rapids unsuccessful with its last one. And we'll see if there was a touch indeed. Overturned. Great look at it. The finger of Jensen moved.
I love Bolt 6. It's so good. I mean, those are touches where in the college game you just don't see.
Right. And that's why you invest in the 22 high-definition cameras.
Heck yeah.
It was quick, efficient, and they got the call right. Across the court, dig for Hilly. Back to action, 10-8 rise. Holthouse with force. Scott met it. Up top for Carly Scott. Quick jump over. Hilly again. Taylor. Soft swing. Bump set from Ogilvy into Holthouse. Taylor punches. Snyder there. Here comes Snyder. Best rally of the fourth. That took a hard turn right to Scott. Friendly bounce. Capped up. Martin blocks. Still going. This is absurd, and Grand Rapids wins another long rally.
The grit that Grand Rapids has to get out of these long rallies has been so impressive. You can tell their conditioning is top-notch, and they're just taking control, especially on those 50-50 plays. Right on the top of the tape, they are so aggressive up front.
And it has them in front 11-8. Had the edge over the Ignite by 1 or 2 points, and we'll see if that momentum carries throughout the rest of this fourth, because the middle part of this set, especially over the last, well, really so far tonight in every set, that's where the winner started to pull away. We'll see if that's the case for Grand Rapids.
Now what Grand Rapids can't do is allow the Ignite to come back in it, especially when you're playing in front of a sellout crowd that wants you to lose at all costs. The Rise have to find a way to silence that crowd and not let the Ignite get really any momentum moving forward in this set.
And Grand Rapids in a position that's not favorable for them historically since the franchise began last year. 3-18 all time, trailing 2-1. Trying to defy that stat, trailing 2-1 tonight. And for an 11-8 though here in set 4 after the quick timeout. Taylor so far in the fourth held to just 2 kills. And 18 blocks through 3.5 sets for Grand Rapids. Monster number. Out of the timeout, it is Martin. Like you said, she can put a hole in the floor.
During set 4, this has been what Indy has lacked, that middle involvement. Martin and Crawford have been quiet because the Rise are just stifling up front. They needed that momentum and get some middle production.
Scott serving. Middle the other way for Grand Rapids. It's Jensen.
And the Rise match that with great middle production of their own off of a good pass. The serving needs to knock those middles out of system because when both are involved, they are so tough to stop.
Grand Rapids getting the better as far as efficiency of set 4 so far, hitting 276. Indy at 200, approaching the midway point of set 4. Jensen will serve it. Strong serve leading to that kill for Bastianelli.
This is where the Ignite serve receive really has to settle in here. Force this ball off the net. Hilly doesn't need a perfect pass. Even 8, 9, 10 feet off, she can still run her great offense.
That was a perfect pass leading to the Baird swing and the Baird kill.
Katie Baird doing it all. Phenomenal pass. Gets Hilly about 3 feet off the net. gets that one-on-one outside.
13-10. Indy staying in touch. Low serve for Martin. Outside. And Martin can't come up with the dig. Kylie Murr back on the floor right now for the Ignite with Holthouse serving. Crafty push for Baird.
Yeah, really smart high IQ play from Katie Baird. Seeing a tight ball, really big block in front of her. Going right down into it has not worked all night long, so really smart decision to push it right off the fingertips.
Sliding, sent right back. Now it's Snyder going to the back corner. Murr laying out. Baird was blocked. Scott cleans up. Back to Baird. Off the block and kept up by Snyder. Haley to Baird. Third swing doesn't go. Back row, Holthouse with velo.
Beautiful swing from Holthouse from the backcourt, using her power, going to that cross-court shot, splitting the backcourt defenders to the left of Thieler.
Played in Germany earlier this season, started her pro career in Puerto Rico, and her college ball at Iowa State. Thieler sent right back, and Murr took a shot as well.
A heck of a read from Allie Bastianelli up front. In a one-on-one, you got to make a decision, a big move, and be confident with it. And that's what Bastianelli did to get the stop.
16-11 rise, controlling set 4 so far. Trying to extend the match with Indy in front, 2-1. Rock, paper, scissors action with Pepper. 0 for 1 so far, and 1 for 1. Going around with the fans. Great atmosphere here in Fishers. 2-1 lead for Indy. And Grand Rapids right now controlling set 4. So impressive after Indy looked unstoppable through sets 2 and 3.
And Grand Rapids has made that defensive adjustment to keep those hands low and over. The block is picked back up to where we saw it during the first 2 sets. And really, Grand Rapids is putting a lot more pressure on Indy, not allowing them to run as efficiently as they did during set 3.
Largest lead of set 4 right now at 6, 17-11. And Snyder. Anise Havili serving for Indy, and it leads to a kill.
A huge play for Indy to have this double sub come in. We see Havili come in. We also have a bigger right side block with Grace Wade to allow just a more physical presence up front against the outside.
And a pretty cool moment going on right now with Havili and Turner. A couple of setters that are linked. Scott swinging. And the digs for Briggs Romine. Back set. Havili sets up top. For the back row, Snyder goes wide.
Really good lead for Anise Havili to let that ball go. Love that confidence stepping in.
But with Havili on the court alongside Turner, Turner looked up to Havili when she was at Kansas. It was Cameron's dream to be Havili. She watched her play against Texas in a match in 2017, and the rest was history for Turner going on to Kansas herself. 2 in a row for the Ignite.
All of a sudden, Indy is creeping back in this set. The Rise has to find a way to kill this momentum right away.
17-14. And Baird serving. A little bit of a spark with the substitution for Indy. Friendly bounce off the tape, running close to the court for Briggs Romine.
Just dancing right off the tape on that one, getting a little bit lucky. Really well placed with that cross-court shot.
And now Bastianelli serving. 18-14 Grand Rapids trying to extend the match. That landed in. Perfect spot for an ace.
Doesn't get much better than that. That back corner, it's so difficult to know whether that ball is in or out. You kind of just have to make a confident decision and go with it.
And bolt 6 never lies. Right of the line. Timeout Ignite, trailing by 5. And perhaps their last chance to salvage the set coming out of the timeout here.
Grand Rapids needs to continue to stay aggressive on the end line. They've done a really nice job knocking Indy out of system, not allowing them to run the middles that we've seen have been so effective the entire night. What Indy needs to do, though, is know that an aggressive serve is coming. It doesn't have to be a perfect pass. Even get it 5-10 feet off the net, Hilly can still run that efficient offense. And if there is a good pass, get the middles going.
It feels like in set 1 for Grand Rapids, it was the massive block that led to their success. A little bit different here in set 4.
Yeah, set 4, they're going back to defense, but it hasn't just been the block. The offense has been paired with that. They're doing a good job of distributing the ball pretty evenly, getting their middles involved as well. And they're just playing cleaner. They're not handing points to Indy that we saw really during the last 2 sets.
Not been nearly as easy for Teeler and company. Not quite as easy as those dance moves for Pepper.
Pepper's the best.
Yeah, she is. She was leading the charge out of the tunnel before the match. And Bastianelli with the Rise up 19-14. And Pepper perhaps distracting right next to her. Trying to get to the red zone first. Havili sets to Scott. A great set and a termination.
And it doesn't matter how much the Indy Ignite are down, they always battle back. It's a team you can never count out, so Grand Rapids cannot get too comfortable right now.
Pulled within 3 after trailing by 6. It's a 4-point set, Crawford serving. Short serve causing trouble. Free ball and a chance for the Ignite to pull within 3. A roll down. Grace Wade coming into the match here in set 4 with a kill.
It's a beautiful spot to place that ball right in the middle in the donut that we call it. You see the frustration that it caused on Grand Rapids' side. No one went for it because someone has to take charge. Normally that's coming from a libero.
Off speed on the swing and the serve previous to it, leading to the point. Holthouse, full throttle, kept up by Havili. Holthouse again. Havili again. And Baird goes just wide. Had to thread the needle there, did not pay off. 20-16 Rise. And it brings up Turner. Holthouse off the block, out of bounds. 2 straight for Grand Rapids to answer.
A really good swing from Holthouse, seeing the big block there, not pressed over enough, so the hands were available to use.
Holthouse has got some pop. A heavy arm. 21-16. And Wade with 2 kills here in the 4th.
This double sub has been massive for Indy, putting Havili in as well as Wade to provide that bigger presence up at the net. They'll now go back in, and you'll get a Johnny Teeler up front, and Hilly in the backcourt, but that double sub really paid dividends.
Wade, formerly Grace Cleveland, just got married this past year, played at Purdue her last year in 2021, and her old team, like we mentioned earlier, scrimmaged in the afternoon here in the Fishers Event Center against Vanderbilt. Martin was blocked, solo style from Jensen.
Jensen and Bastianelli have made a massive adjustment in this fourth set, defending the middle. Crawford and Martin for Indy have gotten a lot of sets, but they're just getting shut down.
22-17, Indy in danger. Martin with a big swing, better dig from Briggs Romine. Scott, across the court, Snyder sends it back. Nearly a collision. Up top for Snyder. Going off the block and Rise within 2.
Big swing at a bat, really good time for Carly Snyder going up. Ajani Taylor just not pressing that ball in enough.
Back set for Holthouse. Blocked down. Even if the Ignite don't win set 4, trying to get some of their rhythm back for set 5.
Yeah, it's massive, especially going into that 5th set. It's only to 15, so you have to have some momentum going into it. And big for the Ignite to have this kind of late push.
23-18, Scott. Holthouse cross court. It is set point for the Rise.
Holthouse definitely been a difference maker for Grand Rapids this set. 4 kills already. They are feeding her.
4 kills this set for Holthouse, 6 for the match. So really come on strong in the 4th. Briggs Romine tracks it down. Great bump set to Snyder. Martin had to adjust the timing there. Holthouse with their 5th kill of the set to close it out.
An authoritative swing at that. Just so much confidence headed into that, knowing that they want momentum as well headed into this 5th. And the Rise have definitely got it.
You ready for a 5th?
I'm always ready for a 5th. I mean, this is what volleyball fans dream of.
Let's do it. Grand Rapids responds on the road. 2 sets apiece, 1st to 15 coming.
Lights, it's up. The Indy Ignite are taking over with nonstop action, athleticism, and an experience you will never forget. Indiana's first ever professional women's volleyball team is lighting up the Fishers Event Center this season. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Join the fan firestorm in supporting these unbelievable female athletes and creating memories you won't forget. Get your tickets at indyignitevb.com today.
From club to high school courts to championship arenas, Spalding has been the trusted partner of volleyball players for generations. Our team of dedicated professionals isn't just about selling equipment. We're about supporting your journey. Spalding offers a comprehensive range of high-performance systems, nets, and accessories meticulously crafted for every skill level, budget, and playing style. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Spalding's knowledgeable staff will guide you, equip you, and cheer you on every step of the way.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. Beautiful swag. Balls block straight down. What a rocket out the back. Now they calling my phone, yeah, but I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. She is absolutely white hot. And a nice block on the outside. Did it all on my own, yeah. Went and brought it back home. What a final rally.
Ignite fans trying to spark some energy back into the building after Grand Rapids won set 4. Indy had a chance to close it out in set 4, but Grand Rapids controlled the set really from the midway point. 25-18 victory in the 4th. And we're on to set 5. First to 15, win by 2. And this season in 5-set matches, Grand Rapids 3-3 and Indy 3-3. I think everyone's been there for whatever she means. Only there for DeBeer. Anna DeBeer, of course, she served a couple of times tonight. Fans have been outstanding, but with both teams 500 in the 5th set so far this year, something's got to give. And the biggest swing match of the season, as far as the playoff picture goes for Grand Rapids, Indy trying to make it nearly impossible for them to rally down the stretch of the season and make a playoff push.
This is such a massive match for Grand Rapids to try to knock Indy down a few pegs and get that potential extra win headed off into a potential playoff race that they are vying for. To Indy, they're trying to shut Grand Rapids out of the race, clinch it up for themselves within a few matches. This is going to be big.
Right now, 3.5 games in front of Grand Rapids for the final playoff spot. Taylor scores set 1, or the first point of set 5, I should say.
Whether or not Ajani Taylor can be stopped could be the difference here in this 5th set. She has been phenomenal all night long. 19 kills on the night. Grand Rapids has to have extra laser focus on her.
And service error from Martin to kill some of the buzz established after that point.
Momentum is so big in the 5th set because you're only playing to 15. That goes by so quickly. If you can gain momentum, it's so tough to stop.
Trading points to start. DeBeer in the match for Indy. And DeBeer can't reach it. 2 in a row for Grand Rapids.
That block has been the difference maker for Grand Rapids during this entire match. They've already got 21 blocks on the night, 12 of those coming from the first 2 sets alone.
Taylor sent right back. Reload for Hilly. Baird on the outside. Turner got it. Up for Snyder. And down in front of DeBeer. What a swing.
And both sides playing incredibly aggressive. That's the kind of volleyball that you want to see in the 5th set. Both sides going all out for it.
Briggs Romine. Up to Baird with a crafty push down again. Knows when her team needs a point, what to do.
Especially when the set is tight, that's really the only option for the outside. Because the Rise is such a good blocking team, you can't swing right down into it. Smart to push it right off.
Let's see if we see more of that from Baird throughout the 5th. 3-2 Rise.
And Indy goes back to this double sub with Havili and Wade in to provide that bigger block on the outside.
Havili had the serve. Holthouse the swing. Wade got to it. Baird. Cross court. 3-3.
This is also a set that we're going to find out a lot about Katie Baird. She had a phenomenal season out in Turkey, just joined the team 2 weeks ago, coming back to play for her hometown, being from Indianapolis. She needs to be made for this big moment.
Up to 14 kills. Home debut for Baird. And Way not going to leap into the fans' front court to try and track that down. Rise back in front with Alyssa Jensen serving. Out for Baird, blocked by the Rise.
This is much of what we've seen this entire night. Grand Rapids has done a really nice job shutting down Katie Baird, who's done really well for Indy for the past 2 matches.
Efficiency below 100 tonight for Baird. Jensen, second serve in a row. Wade has a kill, 3-4 tonight.
Really good swing from Wade, knowing that she's probably, the defense thinks she's the last offensive option, having just checked into the match, so really smart to swing right through that hole.
Maybe took a little bit off of it too and changed course there. Able to find a soft spot in the defense.
And now we'll see what Anna DeBeer can do coming off of the bench in this 5th set, a massive moment for her up front.
Was playing time at the night for her in the 5th. Havili sets to DeBeer. And the second overall pick in last year's draft. Joust. Not saved by Indy, 6'4" Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids block just been as stifling as ever. Everyone on Indy sides needs to make sure they're taking up space on coverage to allow those balls to get up because it's coming right back at them.
DeBeer. Blocked down, stonewalled once again.
How about that from the setter, Cameron Turner, just standing at 5'8". You might think she's a blocking target, but man, she gets up.
7-4 rise. And DeBeer can't locate it. It is 8-4, and this is starting to get away from the Ignite early. Timeout as both sides switch. It's going to take an Indy comeback at home in the 5th set to pick up the victory, trailing 8-4, set 5 right now. Eleanor Holthouse and the Grand Rapids Rise looking for their first win against Indy this year. They were down 2-1 against one of the best home teams in the league, forcing a 5th, now leading 8-4 in the 5th. DeBeer still in. And here come the Rise. Sliding and blocked down. Perhaps that's the spark out of the timeout Indy needed.
It's certainly the spark that Anna DeBeer needed, having been blocked for the last 2 swings. She had to find a way to step up another part of her game. Watch that press over. She gets those hands so far over the net.
Immense talent, bright future ahead for DeBeer. Been hard for her to find her rhythm this year coming off injury. Indy all out of sorts there, 9-5 Grand Rapids.
You mentioned Anna DeBeer coming back from injury, but also I can't stress enough how difficult it is to, one, come back from injury and be thrown into this 5th set. You're coming in cold. There's so much pressure on you, especially as an outside when you're getting so many sets out there.
That's out. Service error helps out the Ignite, 9-6. Yeah, we had seen DeBeer serve twice the entire match before coming in to play the entire 5th so far.
It also shows how much confidence that Coach Paget has in Anna DeBeer to throw her in this 5th set and be confident that she's going to hold her own.
Hilly serving. Briggs Romine, punched up. Teeler outside the pin.
That would have been fun if it was inside.
Made it close. Now 10-6. Feels like Indy's going to need a big dose of Ajani Teeler at this point. And here she is. Couldn't pick up the kill. Holthouse rises for it. Teeler picks it up. DeBeer Full throttle, got it inside the line, 10-7.
Great swing from Anna DeBeer, going up and being confident with that one, having been blocked a few times already during this set, but goes up and takes a massive swing to the back corner.
Saw the arm talent of Anna DeBeer right there. Over to the bench. Feels like a big serve. Murr picked it up. Now to Baird. Out of bounds, 10-8.
It doesn't take much to get this Indy Ignite team going, along with this sellout crowd that they have behind them. And they're going to need all the momentum they can get up until this point. But those defensive plays will do just that. Great up from Kylie Murr.
2 in a row for Indy. Dig for Hilly. Over to Teeler. Pancaked up. Beautiful from Oaklevy. Got it again. Holthouse goes cross court. Perfect placement.
It doesn't get much better than that. Holthouse has been fantastic since she checked into this match. Has done such a great job providing a spark that the Rise really needed.
Got a brief pause here. And perhaps a challenge. We're looking at the replay right now. It was in by a mile.
Trying to. Little delay. It's the best thing to do in a 5-set match. Okay? We're going to look at it.
Is it about the pancake?
What's that?
Is it about the pancake?
We're just going to look at the forward touch. Yeah.
There is a challenge. The ball was clearly in.
We'll look at it.
And perhaps they're challenging something else. Maybe looking back to see if the up from Oaklevy earlier in the rally was valid.
And normally this is a challenge that has to happen during the rally. I think that's where the clarification was coming in. Snyder wanted to know if they did challenge it during the rally or not.
And from the angles that we've seen, I don't see anything definitive to overturn it, do you?
It looks like it clips her hand. From that angle, you don't see any part of the ball touching the floor. Again, there's other angles that the refs would have during this, 22 of them to be exact.
Which will lead to the most accurate ruling. And that's why there was the delay and the confusion to see if Indy got the challenge off in time, and they did award it to him. This is a great look. That hand's underneath.
That's a perfect pancake.
And that's exactly what the officials saw as well. (11-8). Grand Rapids responds to the 2 straight from Indy, and Turner will serve. Up top for Teeler. Locked down. Indy keeps it alive. Baird. Breaks Romine. Goes low. Hilly was there to meet it. Baird leaning. Not much on it. It's 12-8. Grand Rapids in control. And a timeout for Indy to try and put together a last-ditch rally here.
One of the biggest things that Coach Padgett told us after the second set that he wanted to see from his team was being aggressive. During this 5th set, we haven't seen those aggressive swings from his side, getting a little bit tentative. For example, that last swing from Baird just going right into the block on an easy roll shot.
And you mentioned it a couple of times tonight, but how about the resilience from Grand Rapids? The way Indy looked, and we've seen this story before, right? Indy off to a slow start, they find their rhythm, they run away with it late. That fourth could have gone a completely different direction, but Grand Rapids showed up, and here they are.
It shows the resiliency from Grand Rapids and also their grit despite how much they may be down. Coming out of a hole in this match, down 2-1, forcing this fifth set, and now up 4 and it closing in on that victory. It just shows the resilience of this squad, and also I think just how well coached they are from Kathy George. Consistently, her message to the team is, we're consistently finding ways to win. We're finding small ways to get better. Just focus on the next point. Don't think about what just happened and keep moving forward.
With perhaps their season on the line tonight, virtually, a loss would drop Grand Rapids 4.5 games out of Indy for a playoff spot. A win puts them at 2.5 games back with 5 to go. Baird down the line and out just barely to make it 13-8.
Now errors just shooting Indy in the foot. They have to play nearly perfect from here on out.
Baird got that one inside, 13-9.
And that shows you just how much confidence Sydney Hilly has in Katie Baird. The last 3 swings she set out there. Baird missed the first 2, but Hilly still goes back to her to show that she has confidence in her in these big moments.
Lydia Martin serving. Overpass, chance for Indy. Up top to Teeler. Ogilvie sends it right back to Baird. Back to Teeler. Pinball is to a Baird free ball. Holthouse blocked down. 2 straight for Indy, helped out by the block.
Huge shutdown from Ajani Teeler up front. Doesn't get the first 2 swings, but makes up for it with a massive block at a big time.
Got all of that one. Leaning just at the right time. Service error from Martin. A critical one. And that gives match point to Grand Rapids. Indy needs it. And Baird delivers.
Big swing from Baird. Indy has to make sure they're staying aggressive from here on out, not getting tentative with those swings.
Match point number 2 for the Rise. Teeler serving. Snyder closes it out. Grand Rapids down 2-1. Rallies for a massive win, helping keep their playoff hopes alive.
What a comeback for this Grand Rapids team. Backs against the wall, down 2-1 in this match at a really tough environment. They push the 5th set and find a way to grit it out. And early on in that 5th, we were trading points, going back and forth. Halfway through, Cameron Turner took complete control of the offense and really got it going, getting her hitters in great positions. And they played completely aggressive and in charge the entire 5th set.
Ended with 24 blocks tonight. That is a ridiculous number, even for the best blocking team in the league.
And this is what Grand Rapids does best. I mean, they make it so frustrating to try to put a ball down. They're constantly stifling up front, forcing players to try to hit shots that they don't want. I mean, they got nearly a set just from their front court block.
Might not be the most explosive offense, but the grit, the block for Grand Rapids tonight helped erase the effort from Ajani Teeler, who was rolling through sets 2 and sets 3. Just the 4th time that Grand Rapids in their franchise's history has been down 2-1 and come back to win, holding the Ignite to a 147 hit percentage.
It's just so impressive what this Grand Rapids block has been able to do. Even if they're not having a great offensive night, they make up for it defensively, just stifling opponents and really holding them to such a low efficiency.
Indy was scrappy defensively itself with over 100 digs, but not enough, even in front of a sold-out crowd here at the Fishers Event Center. They were rocking. Indy was up 2-1, but Grand Rapids rallies. Indy will be back in action against the Vegas Thrill here on Thursday, and the Ignite still in an awesome position to make the playoffs. 12-10 on the year, in 4th place right now. That'll do it for us. Grand Rapids the victory. For Emily Eamon, our producer, Nate Chanel, I'm Jack Kaiser saying so long.